bear with us while I find a decent place to put my camera without showing me sat folded legged on my bed. This is the hard part. How does everyone else do it? I've got no idea. To hell with it. And precariously sit there. Where's the focal point? Right. Okay, so hopefully that works. Whereas I'm just sharing out on something. Yeah, Tribe. Where's my thing here? Just putting the post on Yak Tribe just in case anyone on there fancies joining. There we go. There we are. Right, that's that post on there. So, first things first, which is always the best order for things, do a bit of base work. Got these awesome scenic bases from TD Combat, which I've been working on with fluorescent paint. Just in. Tell you what, if I turn them away. Oh. Really brings it up on there. It's pretty cool. It's Green Stuff World with fluorescent pigments on that. I've just got my wet palette off to the side, to the side down here, and that kind of tube you can see in the back, that's my freshwater rinse well. What's that thing? I got that from Game Envy, where I also got this this hobby holder. And the tape that I've got on the top of it for these bases to stick to, tape doesn't always like the resin that I've got, that I'm working with. Sometimes it starts to come away, which is a bit of a shame. But hey. Just painting in some of these pipes on here. So where I've been going over, see, that's what I mean there. Where I've been going over with the like the brass and copper paints, just kind of got some flicked over onto these pipes. I'm not enjoying the resin, I'm just going to use it by hand. This paint that I'm using is from Install. I'm using the matte obsidian black. really enjoying using the install paints that I've got. And so I've run out of some colours. I want to get some install ones to replace them. I was trying to get some of these tubes and pipes and stuff. Just kind of breaks up the block colours of the base a little bit. I see someone's joined. Thanks for joining us. Drop into the chat. Hey, it's Seth. You alright, mate? How's it going? Ah, not bad. Just finished work before, so I was going to do some painting on here, and I thought might as well put the camera on, so just gives us something to do, something a bit different for the evening. You up to much tonight? Nice. Something to keep you out of trouble, eh? You painting any more of the alien stuff? Nah, he's away now. Well, have fun, Seth, and enjoy doing the house chores. Now we're going to see just how much water I drink or paint. I'll recave. Painting some bases. And some Necrons once I've got the these pipes and stuff painted. Yes, redemptionists, man. Put your horde of Goliaths to shame. Yes. The redemptionists look class. Like, it's not even that much of an update from the original ones, which just shows how mint they were. Yes. Full on custom gang. I've still got a box of Escher to build with the latest resin stuff to put on them. It's just I don't know how I want to kit them out because like I don't know what direction the new Escher gang's gonna go in until we start playing it. So it's kind of just sitting there, just ready to have the trigger pulled on it. But one day I might get to use that multi-melter heavy what you call it, the specialist. One day. She might have to be one of the champions that the house lets us use. Bolters and melders. Oh, they kind of hit the broadside of a barn there, man. Fucking good shots. And then with the redemption coming in, it'd be good luck getting into combat because it'll just be flame on. Just cats on fire running about. Now for all Necron, everything. Magnets. I'll be getting the book. Like I've got the mouse so far. So finally, the House of Chains one got back into stock, so I got that sent out to us. Still need to give that one a proper look through. Same with the Van Saal one. Yes. The bottom shelf of my bookshelf's just steadily turned into the Warhammer Warhammer shelf. D&D books just moving slowly along. And it's just Kill Team 40k Necromunda. It was out of print for ages, the House of Chains. I think I've got one I need. Had it just before. Necrons. Is there a solid release date for House of Faith yet? Battlefield. Is there a solid release date for the Corridor book yet? Sweet. Do you reckon the Corridor cards will have Redemptionist specific ones in, or no? Hang on. Do you reckon the Redemptionists will have their own cards, or do you reckon they'll be in amongst the Corridor ones? So they'll just be like a type of Corridor rather than a specific like their own thing. Yeah. I want to see what the eviscerator looks like. So I bet that looks mid. I have like an Ogren with a muckle eviscerator. Just something roary like that. Pure melter. If he doesn't have a melter, just give him one. Because melters. I let the Redemptionists have some shiny new guns instead of shitty reclaimed ones. Autogun made of tins of dog food. Just load in a tin of chappy and then let fire. brand new rulebook that just does away with every book that we've just bought. Get in. I suppose the next big rule thing will probably be like a whole new box set of stuff, wouldn't it? Which of course means more terrain for you. Hi, Monica. Hi, not bad. How are you? Buy a big shiny box of Necromunda stuff at Christmas. Get in. I wonder where they tag it. Start pushing out into the ash wastes and stuff. Internet's a lot more comfortable than a game. What are you up to tonight then, Monica? See you after, Kev. This Necron I've got with a bunch of gear on his back. He's going to be one of the ones in my kill team. It's going to have like leadership stuff, like veteran skills. So he's got like trophies from previous ones. So he's got like the Auspex, canteen or whatever that is, and these like I guess they're like incense sensors. So yeah, as he's killed people, he's just kind of took them with him, kept them as little mementos. It makes it easier to tell what's what while playing kill team as well, I suppose. It's like one of my warriors I've got. Where is it? There it is. It's got an antenna coming out of him. He's my comm specialist. So just looking at the table, I can see immediately who's what, which I think is always pretty handy to have. Things like Necromunda, where you're building up characters, and with kill team being skirmish level, I just think, if you're going to be building up your kill team, getting them like upgrades and stuff like that, it's nice to have a little bit of customization on them. And even these soulless robots get to have a little bit of character about them, and there's a little bit of story to play out, and I quite like that. And then in big group shots, it kind of makes them stand out a little bit, gives your army something, little visual interest. So what I'm doing with these Necrons here, the colour scheme, the metal on them's got kind of a little bit of an aged tinge to it, but they're still quite silvery. I didn't want them to be the more really aged, sort of like browned metal up there. You see, like the Sortek dynasty, I think it is, which is like the ones that all the 40k promo stuff is kind of like leaning towards. But then I don't want them to be really chromed out metal, looking like the Terminator. So just kind of dirty them up a little bit, which I'll be doing in a video at some point. got a Space Marine one that I'm hoping to film tomorrow, and then after that I want to try and get the Necron one done. I've got a lot of Necron stuff to paint. Right. Got a lot of stuff in here. There's there's the 5 flayed ones from Pariah Nexus, the Chronomancer from Pariah Nexus, like the Royal Guard or whatever it is set. Basically, there's stuff from Indomitus that wasn't in the other starter sets. That's in there. There's a Hex Wraith, another 10 warriors, 3 scarabs, and I think a couple of cryptex. Definitely one cryptech in there. Yeah, because the Psychomancer's here, so I think it's just one cryptech sat in there. Oh, and there's Triarch Praetorians and what are them other ones? Lich Guard. And 3 more Death Marks and 2 more Immortals. I feel like I'm missing something else out, but whatever. There's a load of stuff in there, and it'll all get done eventually. Now I've got the Shard of the Void Dragon, Catan, the finish off as well. I'm really liking how that model's turning out so far. Using chrome paint on it for the body, and then thin down a green wash to more of a glaze, and then glazed into the like the musculature and stuff. And then the chrome has this little kind of green tinge to that, and there's some color shifting paints on where they like where it's kind of like disintegrating or dematerializing, and that gives a really nice effect. And then I've got red and orange fluorescent paint on it, got like all the energy crackling through it. It's like the weird Necron cryptothrall looking thing, whatever it is, on the back of them with the 2 void blades. And yeah, that's got the green and yellow fluorescent paint on it. And I really like how that's all come together. It's got a really nice look to it, with all the ground and stuff shattering underneath it while it's like, all the energy's crackling up from it. And you've got some of the little scarabs there. And when I dot on the fluorescent paint on them, that's going to look really cool. I'm a lot more fun painting Necrons than I ever imagined I would. When you look at them, it's just, oh, you've got some metal men to paint, just hit them with a silver spray and that's it. But no, I've just been trying to like bring out so much stuff on the models. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Gives a nice little change of pace from like painting other stuff. Like still got a bunch of Necromunda gear to paint. I've got the 2-up Python from Rumble Slam to paint still. Got a bunch of Carnivale to paint. But now I'm just really enjoying sitting and painting some Necrons and some Blood Angels as well. Just something different, especially with what I've been painting with Necromunda. There's not really any reds being used on it, so painting Blood Angels and then painting these Necrons, which I'm using red on as well. But like using a different recipe for the Necron armor plating, and it just kind of works it up quite nicely. So I was getting news alerts on my phone there. I've subscribed to that Warhammer Imperium magazine, and when it comes to getting like the Royal Warden model from that, kind of thinking of maybe doing my own sort of like custom job on doing like maybe making like my own crypt deck or like a Pharaoh or something like that, and kind of use these models as like instead of being Novok, being like my own sort of, what do you call it, dynasty. I think that'd be pretty cool. Thanks for joining. Just joined. I've been doing a bit of work on some bases, putting the black piping and stuff in. 6 of them to do. And I'm just on with glazing in some purple on these Necrons and all the armor plating. A little bit of wash. I didn't want it. It's already dried in there. Pick that away. One thing they're doing with these Death Watch as well is since they're like your sniper units, I'm gonna, like, once I've got all the red and stuff painted on them, I'm going to use like a thin down black wash to darken everything up. But also they have like a lot of light up bits on them, so with all of their stealth coloring and stuff like that to go along with, they then have these really highly visible orbs and stuff on them, which I think is quite funny. And yeah, I'll definitely be keeping them. It's like the idea of like the stealth unit being not all that stealthy looking. Like with the Mars Attacks game, the stealth Martians were in like bright purple and white uniforms. Just not very stealthy at all. So I think I'm gonna keep that idea alive with these. You have just joined. All right. Feel free to hop into the chat and have a laugh. Hey, Radu. I do have the stuff from the Indomitus set. With this, I bought it the second hand just before they did the box set of the stuff that was like only available in the Indomitus set. So like the Royal Warden and the Reanimator, like stuff like that. So they'll be getting done eventually. Scroll back, load there. But I've kind of like got this in bits basically, because I had one starter set, the Elite starter set, and it's just kind of grown from there. I've got the hex, the hex mark destroyer, and yeah, it's like all mini stuff. It's just a huge addiction, and it's grown from there. You need to click back into there. I just wanted the Crypto Thralls needs put back in, his leg put back in. There we are. But basically, yeah, I'll be painting the full Indomitus set, basically, and a bunch of the other releases as well. Minus the Space Marine side of the Indomitus stuff. I didn't bother getting those because I'm not that interested in the Space Marine side of it. Mash it together with the Canoptic Wraith. That sounds like a pretty cool one. Definitely put a picture of that up on the thing on Yak. I'd like to see that. Oh shit. I've been working on this. Just some texture paint on there. It's not going to be green in the end, but yeah. Ah, sweet. Yeah, send us a link over that. I'd like to see that. I've got the Catan, Shard of the Void Dragon, and get it dark, right? Do what? The base. Yeah, sorry for blinding you there, but I just love the effect of the UV paint. Not UV paint, fluorescent pigments. I really like the Void Dragon. Off to the side there. Like the stuff I used on the fluorescent stuff, it's Green Stuff World. The green and yellow, which I've been using on all the Necron gear, it's pigments. So I've just been mixing them into white paint or Lamy and medium to make a wash, and then applying them on there. And the red and orange that I've used on the Void Dragon, that is Green Stuff World as well, but that's like pre-mixed in, like just proper paint rather than just pigment. The silver that I used on the Void Dragon is this Mirror Effect Chrome from Molotov, like a really high-end graffiti paint company, and their chrome is ridiculously good. I love this stuff. Nice. I've not used the Green Stuff World colour shifting. I've got a couple of the Vallejo ones, but I've got a bunch of the Turbo Dork ones. There's one. This was Crystal Cavern. I love this one. I've used some of the stuff. There's 3D glasses, and I forget what the other one of it was. I've used that on one of these crypt decks, the Chronomancer. Psychomancer. I've used that on like the Mad Skull. I used it on the Catan as well for like where he's kind of like phasing out. And it gives a little cool effect. not sure if it'll show particularly well on camera. But, using 3 of the Turbo Dork ones. There's Crystal Caverns, one of the ones on here for that, and you get a really nice effect using them together. Because they do, Turbo Dork do like triads of their colours and things like that, so you can get some really cool gear. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to know what man says what half the time, especially like since like this is the first time I've really done anything with 40k, and I've kind of just jumped straight in now. So trying to remember what's quite difficult. But I've got my boy, so I like this model. Where is he? Yeah, the Hexmark guy. It's cool. Same height as your Scorpec Destroyer. Same base size and everything. Just shoots a lot more. So we look forward to getting a shot with him. Oh, cool, the Amber would look good with a colour shift. I tend to put colour shift stuff every now and then, the different things I do. There was some Rumble Slam ones I did where they had like mushrooms and stuff growing on them, and I used colour shift on a couple of the mushrooms on them. It breaks it up nicely, doesn't it? Something a bit different. I was saying earlier on, like just painting these Necrons and stuff, it makes a change from everything else that I've been painting. Well, like Carnivale was like what I would paint just to kind of, it's like a palette cleanser. I've painted like some Necromunda stuff, but now I've got a load of Necromunda to paint, some still to build, a load of Carnivale stuff to paint. It's just never ending. Any names for you guys yet? Names when games. Not so much names. Just kind of like for like kill team and stuff like that. Just rolling on the table, it gives you 4 names. But I was thinking about like, because I'm kind of painting these up in like a Novak Dynasty style color scheme. So like doing like my own dynasty, where they're one of the vassals, like they're the vassal dynasties, and like have them where they're vassal of Novak. And then with that Warhammer Imperial magazine, when I get the Royal Warden from that, since I've already got one, maybe doing like a custom job on it to make my own sort of Pharaon or my own like kind of Overlord or Cryptek or something like that. And then he can be like the guy for that group. Something a bit different, you know. Because I'm only going to be playing with like my brother and friends and stuff like that, really. And I doubt they'd care too much if it was like using one of the named characters stats for this other thing. It's not like I'm going to be going to a Games Workshop and playing it, am I? It's just something to do for fun, isn't it? That's the main point of our list here. Saw a website that was doing like conversion kits of stuff, and they've got like a whole heap of different 40k style bits, and they've got some really cool Necron ones. There's one, it's like a Star Wars character, General Grievous, I think he is, and it's basically a score pack, and it looks incredible. It's like a 3-armed or 4-armed score pack or something like that, and it just looks so cool. And they do the um, like body kits and stuff like that for your warriors, where you can have like female female bodies and heads on them. Then you just kind of like put them in amongst your warriors, and it just kind of breaks up the line a little bit. And it looks really cool. In fact, if I remember I think, cause I'm sure I linked it to one of my mates. If I remember where it is, I'll put that into my Yak Tribe. Put that into my Yak Tribe post, and worth having a look. Striking Scorpions. I'll have a check of that one. Yeah. And the cool thing with the Necrons is you like as you play and as you win, they start getting more battle names and things like that, which I think is quite cool. You can kind of just like add insult to injury to your opponents. Just drawn attention to like some big victory you've had or something. I think that's pretty cool. And the name just starts getting longer and longer the more you win. Nah, it's like if I'm going to be getting a second Royal Warden, I don't really see the point of just having it as a Royal Warden. It's just because I can't see me ever having more than one out there, especially with with Kill Team with the rules for them in Pariah Nexus. Like I'd just be having one, so I might as well do something with the other one. But are there like custom jobs you've been doing on the Necrons? I do have some Gatling guns to be fair. Like I think they were Max Mini Gatling guns. They're really cool. Take one of the sawn off shotgun or the stubby shotgun from one of the Gene Stealer Cult kits. The Darkland Jackals. And give them one of them as well. got one of these ones as well. I got it in like a bits box ages ago. It's like a whole haul of bits and a bunch of models and stuff like that. It's one of the really old Necrons. If it gets in focus properly in here. Does it have variable focus? No. I've not really used this webcam before, so I'm not quite sure what features it has or not. But it's one of the old metals. Looks cool. Sweet. I've seen some cool ones that people have done with the. I'm guessing it's just like a really fine wire, or like maybe it's a like fishing line, and probably dipped it in super glue to stiffen it up, maybe. But like putting it around the weapons and stuff. Any of the old destroyers? No, the only Necrons I've got, or like the old ones anyway, is that metal one, and there's some of the old warriors where you got like the clear plastic rod, like the green rod that you would put into the weapon. I chopped them up because originally I got them for old Necromunda to use as bionics and stuff. So I just got some really cheap. Just like searching eBay for them ages ago, and then I've took ones that I've had left over, and I made my own flayed ones. And then a couple of weeks later, Pariah Nexus got announced, so I was like, "Oh, get more flayed ones." And so it's like using the old Necron limbs and bodies, but using the new Necron heads. So like using the damaged ones. Like this dude's not got a lower jaw. I've got this like there was the flayed ones that you used to be able to get on GW, which are now like out of stock. I like mimicked the pose of that one for this guy, and then gave him chainsaw arms because why not? Got like the blade from underneath the Necron weapons, got arms on there. Dude's got like a couple of skulls dotted around him, and he's wearing like a Chaos Demon skull. This dude's wearing a face. It was a Space Marine's face, and I just kind of like cut it in half, cut the bottom jaw off of it, like hollowed it out a bit, and then just rested it over the Necron's face. There's another couple here. I was just having a really good time making these. I just want to do some really stupid things with them. It's an old Goliath chainsword, some like Eldar blade or bayonet or something under that. Knife. Yeah, the arm of a servitor from an old tech marine thing. Do you think some of those faceless Warcry dudes could work? I'm not too sure with the Warcry stuff. A couple of my mates play it, but it's not like the Age of Sigmar stuff's not something that I've really looked into. See if I can find a picture of them. No, I'm not sure. See what some of my mates think. They'll be the ones to check with, for me anyway. But I got this guy who's like holding flesh up. I'm going to use some blood paint with some plastic glue to have it like dripping down into his open mouth. So that guy cut into his mouth, pulled it back, and like set it with some glue. Some good crowns, faces. That'd be pretty cool. Just gonna have a look on a store, so I think see what I can find. Age of Sigmar. Warcry. Well, I've just seen the Mindstealer. What was it? The Mindstealer Syranx? Syranx? I want that. It's this big ass cat. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that looks amazing, that. I'm so tempted to get that. I don't know. This is the second stream that's on my channel. The first one was like really early on where I was just building some stuff. It was like probably maybe my third video or something, stuff like that. This is the first real stream I've done where I've been painting stuff. Yeah, other than just like there looking stuff up there because it sounded cool. I've probably painting about the same speed as normal. I mean, like I'm just doing glazes and stuff at the moment, so it's a bit of a slower process than usually just slapping some paint on. But lately I've only been doing like an hour or so a night, just so my back doesn't hurt all the time. And when I've like given myself a time limit like that, it's I kind of get a little bit more done because I'm kind of focused on getting as much done as I can in that time limit. Like, the last couple of days, I was just kind of like doing pin washes on the bases to get into like the runes on the scenic bases. There's some pigment thinned right down into a wash, and yes, doing that. So I was like getting that done a lot quicker than I normally would because I was kind of pacing myself for doing it for an hour. And then I've usually got my telly on with like some YouTube on or something like that. And then I get distracted by that. And I'm just kind of like laying down watching that for a bit. Uh, so actually streaming and not having the telly on has been a bit different for us. It's been nice. Yeah, it'd be cool to have more people in the chat, like, but I mean, I've had a bunch of people coming in through through the stream. My mate Seth was in for a little bit. My brother Kev came in, and a couple of people come in, didn't chat much, but like they left. And nah, so you know, it's always good. Oh, cool. Making some monsters. Try to think, what was the last monster I did something with? What have I got? Dare I say the last monster I painted, like not so much I made, but painted it was for Carnivale. I'll just reach over and grab that. The Morgro. So it's gathered a bit of dust sitting where it's been sitting. Well, this is just like sitting out because I didn't really have anything that I can really sit in. So it's kind of just like a bit of a decorative piece at the moment. And obviously gathering dust while it's being sat up there, which is a shame. Really, I need to get the airbrush on it just to kind of focus some air on. But nah, love this monster thing. Right, monsters. Giant sea monsters and stuff. I love it. I've had this one sat on the to finish pile for a while. It's one of the limited edition like diorama pieces. It's just sitting down to do it, really. Such a nice model as well. I've got a tank for the enforcers, the Necron to paint. It's sat there black and pink at the moment because I'm using the pink as the undercolour for doing yellow. Which sounds weird, but it works really well. So, and I've got a bunch of enforcers who are like half paint. I've got the skin done on the head guys of it. It's just then they're sat there black and pink as well. One day I'll get everything painted. As well, it's like you say, find time to sit down and paint like random stuff. And yeah, sometimes you just need to be in the mood for painting certain things for certain games as well, isn't it? It's like with some of the Escher models that I've got, I'm not looking forward to building them or painting them because like the core gang stuff, it's just I didn't enjoy painting them the first time, like from a starting gang. Whereas the ones from the Death Maiden and Wild Runners, they were so good to paint. I really enjoyed painting them. And then like I was saying to my brother? I was saying it earlier on anyway. Like I've got them to use with the latest lot of the resin weapon upgrades. And it's like I'm not sure where my current gang's going to be going because obviously with all the lockdowns and stuff like that, I've not been able to play with my brother. So the gangs haven't progressed more than being a roster. So don't know how my gang's going to progress. Don't know what weapon choices I'm going to be wanting. So they're just kind of sitting there at the moment. Just voting for scheme out. Yeah, it's like the watches sometimes, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, they're not ideal for doing magnets on. Like I've done some magnets on some of these Necrons. Done it on the Immortals. I think it's just been the Immortals I've done. It's because of their weapon, different weapon loadouts. Right, so which fitting is this guy? It's the 3-pointer. So I can give him whatever that gun is. Ghost Blaster. And then the Tesla carbine. I mean, these were a pain to magnetize, because it feels like the weapons on some of them anyway, it feels like the arms are in a slightly different position. So not all of them have a wrist that lines up with the other. But who cares? If you're looking at the wrist connection and the wire connection, then you're not playing the game, are you? So it doesn't matter really, does it? I think they've been the only ones that I've had to magnetize for the Necrons anyway. Stuff like the Chronomancer, it's like, well, the stuff that I've given them, does it matter if I'm playing it as the Entropic Lance or the other stave or whatever the hell, the Ether stave or whatever it is? Does it matter? It's just that one looks cool. And the other, like the other staff there, I've kept that, and I think maybe he's like, could I use it as like a weapon for that other Royal Warden to make my own guy? We'll see if that works. That works well. Build 5,000. Yeah, I didn't realize straight away that the arms and bodies were like certain ones for different, like for certain builds. So I was kind of like, it's like, oh sweet, I'll cut these, this one looks like it'd be in a cool pose, I'll put it on there. And then I noticed the wires were different on them. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I was like looking at which ones would become a death mark. Because initially I was just buying stuff for the kill team. So I was like, right, I quite like the idea of having 2 of the snipers, so I'll get 2 death marks, and then I'll have 3 immortals. That seems like a pretty decent way to run them. And then I bought the Necron Codex. I was like, you know what? Let's buy more. I bought another set of immortals, so I could make 2 more immortals, 3 more death marks, and yeah. But I've been doing like custom bits on the ones that I'll be using mainly in kill team. So like this guy's got like a cable going from his weapon into like the underside of his head. So like he's my sniper. So it's as if like he's connected into the gun using his own eye as like an optical scope. Which then it turned out with the hex mark, that's exactly why he has 6 eyes. So I was like, oh well, that works. Got an immortal who's got like trinkets. That's my veteran immortal. So as he's been killing stuff, he's been grabbing bits off them and things. One of the death marks, I used the spare hex mark head. So he's got like 6 eyes, and he's going to be my scout specialist. I've got a warrior with an antenna sticking out. He's my comms guy. Just so I can just look at the table and know exactly what's what, rather than having a load of warriors and trying to remember where I've moved what warrior. But then, of course, the warriors now have a different weapon set. So I bought another set of warriors and gave them the other weapon. Right. It's just too much to buy and it's too fun. It's too fun spending. I like the prior Nexus set stuff, like the doors themselves and the barricades and things. Just look really cool. They might not exactly be thematic for things like Necromunda, but I mean, so what? They look cool. Bought a load of. I've never played Kill Team. I'll be honest with you. When I got the 40k stuff, it was during lockdown, the first lockdown, and like I say, I won the Elite edition there, and I was like, I don't really want to end up with armies of stuff. That kind of didn't last long, but and I knew Kill Team was like 40k light, so I was like, you know what, Necrons, they look cool. They look like they'd be really easy to paint and just generally fun. So looked into Kill Team, treated myself to the core rulebook for Christmas, and mentioned it to my brother because he's got a bunch of Gene Stealer cult stuff, and he's got them all painted up. He's gone for Necromunda, but I mean skirmish level stuff, 40k models, Kill Team. I gave him a copy of the core book as well because I got one of them with some stuff I bought. So I would have had a spare one, so I just gave it to Kev. And yeah, so I've had a quick game just to kind of like see what the rules were like, and it seemed fun. But I've never actually had a proper game against someone. Yeah, his terrain's awesome. It'll be good once we're able to get a game on that. It's really looking good how he's doing it. He's just been painting up enforcers, and they look class. And now with the redemptionists coming to Necromunda, and he's excited for that. So I'll probably end up fighting a lot of Cawdor, no doubt. I've got a load of scenery as well. It was TT Combat's MDF stuff to work with Necromunda, and I guess that'll never get used. I kind of been using it more in like taking photos and stuff. I just kind of set up scenes, just rather than having it against a blank background. Who knows? I might get used at some point. Be cool to do some Kill Team stuff with it, I guess. Oh man, I've still got a load of the original Redemptionists and then version 2 Redemptionists. Then there's a bunch of other stuff. Was it Uriah Jacobus? I've got one of him, like half painted as a Redemptionist. like acolytes painted. I don't even know what they were. They were 40k things. They were like golden robes and stuff like that. I painted them up to be basically the Redemptionist Juves. But they're all half painted. Just loads of stuff, and they were all magnetized as well. Just lopping the hands off of these 40k models, just so I can put like stub guns and knives and stuff in their hands. I mean, Uriah wasn't magnetized. He's just got that awesome shotgun. I've got a bunch of non-GW models. One of them is actually in my, well, I've got two non-GW models in my gang. Pretty cool ones. I think it was Hassle-Free Mini. And the other one's a TT Combat one of the specials they did. And it's like perfect for a Necromunda Asher Juve. So she's in the gang. But like on my old Asher, I've got every Asher model from the original run. Then I've got duplicates, some of them. Yeah. Me and Kev talked about like seeing what NCE mixed with the new version of Necromantis, like the new stat lines and stuff like that, using the old rule set. But then it's like we haven't played enough of the new one to kind of break it and see what needs adjusted. But when I lived in Leeds, me and a couple of my mates played so much Necromunda, like it was class. Had like a pretty regular gaming sessions. Mm. Yeah, with the new Necromunda stuff, it doesn't really look like there's a whole like it's as easy to do a kit bash job, but like have the the official releases in amongst them. Whereas with the old one, using Catachans as a base for your Orlocks, you could make some really cool ones that worked alongside them. And then using like captains and stuff like that from 40k, like from the Catachan line, and you could have some really cool leaders and heavies and stuff like that. But like I say, these new ones don't really lend themselves as much to that. Yeah, New Commander's not that bad really. I like the alternate activation, because a lot more of the games that I play now are alternate activation rather than I go, you go. And it kind of like, it makes it so you've got to kind of change your plans a bit more, rather than if you get like a lucky first turn and you can just absolutely destroy, you just like get the jump on your opponent and just completely wipe them out. And if you've got a big gang, like Mascavi gang used to be, in fact one of my Escher gangs was like 2 roster sheets. It just got to the point where not only was it boring to play against, probably I'm guessing, but it was actually boring to play them because the gang was that big. It was just like, where are you moving everyone and blah blah blah. So I quite like some of the stuff in the new one. Ah, cool. Sons of Anarchy stuff. Yeah, that would fit in with the new one. The new Warlocks pretty well, wouldn't it? Because they all have that sort of biker look to them. Getting to a tribe meet would be cool. So before, I never had the money to do it, so it'd be now I'm in like a better position. It would be pretty cool to get the one at some point. I'm sure Kev would be up for it. Hmm. I'd have more scatter terrain. Lots of scatter terrain that'll bump the to hit roll right up. Or just roll dice like me and you'll never hit. Telling you, the first campaign me and Kev played, my Eshas was so terrible at shooting. I was I was getting boiling playing it because it was just like, oh, what a surprise! They didn't hit, or if they did hit, they never wounded because my dice rolls were terrible. It obviously me playing Escher, Kev playing Goliath. Goliaths were very hard to get the shots through on, and it was some games it was just oh I don't know. As soon as I could bottle out, I was bottling in some games like. But then we'd done some like custom scenario sort of ones, like slightly changing some of the scenarios, and just doing our own little things in them, and they led to some really cool moments. It's like people carrying like booby traps and stuff like that. We both had that card, and I was sending my fighter in with it. He was sending his fighter in with it, and it got to the point where it was like a chain reaction of bombs going off. It was class. It just made like for a really like cool narrative moment. And then the game we had to kill the campaign off, we both went in with some arm bots, and there was like a vault with a gene stealer in it. And the gene stealer ended up getting out and was going crazy. There was an open furnace, and I was like, I dropped so many of Kev's guys into the furnace. It was great. It was like probably the best Magangs ever played, and it was the last game that they'd be playing. But I was like, it wasn't. It wasn't even so much that I was doing well in it. It's that just silly things was happening, and it just made for such an enjoyable game. Like the Gene Stealer getting out. A couple of Kev's guys went toe to toe with this Gene Stealer, and like you one at one point he was like holding his own quite well. But I mean the Gene Stealers are just ferocious, so so it ended up tearing through. But Oh, it was such a good game, that one. Like, it's one of those games that like you'd talk about for years later. It was just really good. That one with the bombs. It was trying to get into like a Gilda's vault, and there was an arm bot in it, and we said like if you managed to get into it, so you could either like breach the door or hack it. So it was like there was a way that favoured both gangs. Obviously, like the Eshars favouring the hacking, and like you couldn't have vents going into it. So if you had that card, you couldn't like just suddenly find a tunnel to get in there. And if you got into it, activated the arm bot, and got it off the table, then you'd have an arm bot in the next game. But we never got close to the door because that corridor just became a meat grinder, and that's where the bombs were going off. And it was such a good game, man. Really enjoyed playing that one. Oh man, Gene Steelers and Necron would be so hard. I remember in Old Monday, me and one of my mates, we were playing a game where there was some Gene Steelers running about. Oh man, we didn't make that mistake again. We never played Gene Steelers again. It's like our gangs weren't new gangs either. They'd leveled up a lot. Some of them had armor, we had some pretty decent weapons, but we just Gene Steelers were just climbing up everything, fighting, killing. It was pretty brutal. Because in the Outlanders, you had like a bestiary, so you got like loads of stats for different stuff. And the Gene Stealer was in there, and we were using that. And oh man, that was not an easy game. And the pit fighters, I reckon, like the slave ogrins were probably the replacement of the pit fighters. So like I don't think you'll get like pit fighters in as that name. I think it's just you've got the slave ogrins to kind of fill their role. Uh, Rat skins, they'll probably appear because like they're in the fluff for like in some of the books. So I'd imagine at some point Ratskins will come in some form. Maybe he's not as a gang, but maybe he's as like some hangers, well, hangers on, like hired guns. And Spyros. Spyros were hard. Our other brother, he had a Spyro hunting party. And the Escher gang that I was playing at the time in my campaign down in Leeds was pretty brutal. They were like quite OP because I'd got really lucky with them, and they were quite a big gang. But when my brother would come down to Leeds, he'd bring the Spyros with him, and we'd have a game, and they were just killing my gang, just absolutely dominating them. So yeah, I'm still quite bitter about Spyros. So if they don't appear again, I'd be quite happy. But I think you'd be able to get some really cool looking Spyros now, like just how good the plastics are from GW right now. I reckon there would be some amazing sculpts, and like all the detail that you'd have on them still, really cool. Now I've still got the Matriarch and Patriarch that I made for Spyros. The Matriarch is like a Dark Eldar succubus, but I turned the long pole arm thing she's got and turned that into a chain scythe with using a chainsawed blade on the end of it at 90°. Look really cool. What was the Patriarch? I used the attack priest or attack marine even, and that's how I got the servitors, and that servitor bit I used on the on that flayed one. And yeah, he looked pretty cool. Didn't give him the boulder. Like using the axe, but I took the top of it, like the axe blade off, put a skull on it, and then his other hand's free. So he's got like all the tentacle bits coming off him. So he's got them as his shooty bits. They look pretty cool. I've been buying bits for Kit Bash and such. Play them once, my guys. Nice. With the what you call them there, the Spyros, I think I managed to take one out. I'm not sure if I killed them, but they were really hard to put down because they had that bio booster, and they had like pretty decent armor as well. Just trying to put down was really difficult. And if you got into combat with like the Jakari, is it Jakari? The Predator looking one anyway, with the two blades. That thing, if you got into combat with that, you are done for. And it had the web spinners as well. And it could like take you captive. It was so brutal. It was a good thing they weren't in campaigns for the long run there, because they had like the hunting goals they had to do, or whatever it was. So they would only appear for so long to actually accomplish that mission and then disappear. Jakara, that's the one. Cheers, David. No, the Malgadon. Was the Jakara the one with the monomolecular blade? And the Malgadon was the one with the web spinners. So what was there was Malgadon, Jakara, the Yeld, that was the one with the wings, and the Orus. Yeah, they were because there was 4 types, wasn't it? And that was them. So yeah, Jakara was the the monomolecular blade, Malkadon web spinners, Yelled flying, Horus was the big Hulkbuster suit. They were brutal. Because the matriarch was like a souped up Jakara, and the patriarch was a souped up Horus. I'm glad I never had to fight any of those, because the matriarch had basically an even sharper blade. Mountain Bender. Ah, sweet. I've been a lurker on Yak Tribe for so long. Like, after being like quite involved in the forums and stuff like that, and then just becoming a lurker for a while and just using the gang builder and stuff like that. It's been good getting back to posting some stuff. Have to be ridiculous. Oh yeah. Probably hitting on twos no matter what. Just have the the Horus using basically like heavy intercessor armor or something like that. Nice. I remember seeing a thing a long time ago where someone had kind of kit bashed their own Spyras and using like horror movie tropes. And there was some really cool things, like the Malkadon was like this like spider creature. Awesome. Old Necromunda would led to some really cool kit bash and stuff, like, didn't it? Remember there was some Goliath kit bashing I did. I was using like Chaos, Chaos Warband or something like that. Some like old fantasy battle minis. Using them as a base for it, and then they look pretty good for like for fitting alongside the old models. And I did a heavy flamer where it was like it had jerry cans on the back, leading into this flamer with a like a blast shield on the front. It looked pretty cool. Marauders, that's the one. Chaos Marauders. I remember going into the Games Workshop in Leeds, and when I picked some up, it, like the guy working there was asking like about my army and stuff. I was like, "Oh no, I'm just using it uh, to like kit bash some Goliaths for Necromunda." The guy looked absolutely shocked that I was playing Necromunda. I was like, "It's the best game like this I've made." Because at that point they took all of the Necromunda stuff off the website, so it was like a completely forgotten game basically. Man, I remember those days where things started disappearing from the website. So it was like quickly buying up everything that I could like to make sure I had everything. Otherwise, I'd be paying eBay prices. For a good time, it was the only GW game that I played. It's like I've got an old edition of Space Hulk. But I don't have any Terminators for it. Got a bunch of Gene Stealers though. Now I've got Kill Team 40k Necromunda. I think that's all the GW. Yeah, yeah, that's all the GW I've got now. No, that's what I'm mixing together. Yeah, I think in recent times the kind of like the culture in GW stores has changed a lot more to be more like customer friendly more than anything else. Because like when I've went into ones like the one in Newcastle or the one in Metro Centre, it's a lot. It's a lot more the nice atmosphere you get. You don't feel like you're getting pressured into buying stuff, which you like. I felt you used to be. But, so there's been a good change there because it makes us want to go back into GW stores. And same when I've been into the one in Leeds as well, when I've been down to see my mates. And yeah, it's a much nicer atmosphere now. Pretty much when they're rebranded as just like the stores as Warhammer, they've just had a really good shake up, haven't they? I've not played Infinity. I like the looks of the models. And was it Aristea or something like that? They look really cool. I like that. It's got a very different visual style than like Necromunda and things like that. Looks a lot more like your cyberpunk sort of Ghost in the Shell look rather than your grimdark stuff, which I think is always quite welcome. Like shrinking the stores, like you've got less floor space in them, or they got rid of stores. Yeah, manga aesthetic. That's a pretty accurate description of it. It's like I enjoyed playing the bits of Dead Zone, like Mantic. That was pretty cool. It was kind of like Necromunda when GW forgot Necromunda existed. And you had Warpath as their version of 40k. Played a little bit of Dead Zone with the other brother, and it was pretty cool. It's like the Mars Attacks game that Mantic did was like a Dead Zone light. So it was really easy to pick up and play. Combined army, which is yeah, I think all the GWs I've been in lately, like Leeds, Metro Centre, and Newcastle ones, it's like 2 tables, and yeah, like I mean, I didn't go into GW shops enough to really notice a drop in size though. So because majority of stuff, like I say, like I'd get it through them online and just have it delivered rather than having to go in and feel pressured into buying stuff. So everyone that's not playing 40k or Age of Sigmar, it was like I didn't really have any need to go in there. But I wasn't going to be playing, and most of the stuff I wanted, I like they didn't have in the store. So I've not been in the Harrogate one. I look at the Mantic stuff, but didn't make the jump. I've got a couple of Mantic games. Got Mars Attacks, and I've got The Walking Dead. All Out War haven't went in with the Call to Arms stuff. No, these are my toys. There's a couple of RPGs that I want to play. A couple of people at work are interested in doing some Dungeons and Dragons. And I've played that, so I've DM'd it as well. So I'll be the DM for them. And the lass is interested in trying Dungeons and Dragons. I want to do Paranoia and Monster of the Week as well, which is like an Evil Dead themed one set in basically my town, but like a fictional version of it. D&D's a good laugh. Started playing it down in Leeds when I lived down there, and playing at the Travelling Man, and a really good game. The lad that was my DM was really fun. Like the party that I was in was quite a large party because one of the groups lost their DM because he broke his leg and he couldn't get up the stairs to where they were playing. So the DM ended up, like the other DM just kind of like brought both parties in together and did some DM wizardry to make it work. You know, it was really good. Did the Curse of Strahd campaign, so it was like a lot of vampires and stuff. It was really cool. So it was 3 days off from traveling. Yeah, got a plan for that. I always remember GW being at the bottom of Brigate, and Travel Man was like behind Brigate. That's it's good the shop they've got now, the Travel Man, and they've just extended into the shop next door, and they've got like all the board games in what used to be a shoe shop, in what used to be like the normal part of the Traveling Man store is all comics, and then downstairs you've got the tables and stuff for gaming, so they don't need the gaming space, which was just around the corner from the bus station. But they made all that change, like getting the other part of the store and doing the gaming stuff down, like the gaming area downstairs. Yeah, that was after I moved. So I've only been in like a couple of times since they've had the changeover. There's a narrative campaign that you can do, like a custom campaign in The Walking Dead, using like a map and like a hex map, hex grid, and I was thought it'd be pretty cool to do one in like my local area. Just have like the town all laid out, so you've got your different factions kind of warring for like where the police station is, where the hospital is, and things like that. I mean, Google Maps and Photoshop and a printer, and you've got the map sorted then. Oh, the joys of glazing. So, Dave, what have you been playing lately? Like what you've been building, painting, or game systems? So obviously, the way of the world at the moment, playing might not be as easy. Me and your dad connected. You're winning, son. Good lad. Got a cool game that I backed on Kickstarter years ago, called The Apocalypse. We've made a sequel since then, like, but I've not got that. And it's pretty cool. It's like you're in a bunker and you've got to defend it. And like basically at the beginning of the game, you set how many days you're going to be holding out, and the longer you make it, the harder it gets. I think it goes up to it's up to 4 days, and each day the you have a mission, and so each day you've got a mission that you're doing, and that'll set up the what effect each day has. And as you go out and explore, you can find survivors, food, and stuff like that. But a bad roll, and something bad will happen, and that could be like you get shot when you're out scavenging, and so you lose some health at the start of the game, or it might be like you don't make it back to the bunker in time, and so like you'll start outside of the bunker and amongst where the zombies are, and each player, like each day, places a tile down, and you've got zombies on each spot. They go on there on certain spots on there, depending on what happens, what your outcome is for when you're scavenging. So you can like draw more zombies in, and then you're getting more zombies in for the more tiles you've got. So as as the day goes on, you end up with more zombies each night. It's really cool. And like, your stats are based on who you've got in your crew. It's pretty fun. There's a 5th player expansion where one person was the zombie master, and it brought in different types of zombies that you'd be fighting. So you'd have like the armored ones wearing like full riot gear and stuff. It was really cool. Cool. My mates who play Age of Sigmar, they play, they played. I'm not sure if they still are or not, to be fair. But they did Underworld. I've got the skeletons for Underworlds as well. I thought they looked pretty cool. And you've got to love the Warden. He's living out of cardboard boxes. Yeah, I really like the Walking Dead zombies. They've got really good sculpts on them. A lot of fun painting. I've got a bunch of Walking Dead stuff still to paint, actually. It's just, again, it's another one that you've kind of got to be in the mood to paint. I'll probably start going through some of that stuff again once I've got a lot of Necrons painted. This never-ending horde of Necrons. God's one hunt and the skeletons and ghouls. Playable in Age of Sigmar. I think with Age of Sigmar, it was like Battle Tomes or something like that that brought the Underworld's models into the game. So I think I've only had like 2 games Underworlds. No, 3. Yeah, Frostgrave, that's the one that I hear a lot of people singing the praises of. It's just like the fantasy games on something I really go in for. I mean, apart from Rumble Slam and D&D. Oh God, I love Rumble Slam. Yeah, I've seen stuff for Frostgrave, like people build scenery and stuff for it. It looks really cool, like very kind of like Skyrim, like I think that looks really cool. Yeah, yeah, I do like skirmish level stuff. I like ones where you can where you build your narrative up. Things like Necromunda, where you're taking your gang and you're kind of seeing how they evolve and stuff like that, how they level up, how the injuries impact them and stuff like that. I really like that storytelling section of it. But then I was the kind of person who's like, yeah, I'll never get into painting armies because I just can't be bothered with doing armies. And now I have an ever expanding Necron army. Gotta love when you're going big for a game that you've never even played. I've seen it. I've not played it. I've got there was a Dovahkiin model that they had on pre-order before before the launch of the game, and I got that model just because it looks awesome. But I say I've not played it. It's like that in the Fallout game. I'm really interested in playing because I love Fallout. I love Skyrim, and I think on the tabletop it'd be really cool to play. Yeah, GMG. I think that's who I've mostly seen playing it as well. And then the occasional thing that Modifius has put up like on Facebook and stuff like that. I've ended up with models for like games that I'm not going to play. Like I don't have the game at all. Like that, like the Dovahkiin model. I just got it because it looks cool. I bought the Nuka Cola girl for the Fallout game. Don't have the Fallout game. There's the odd bit of stuff from other games that kind of like found the way to being into things like old version of Necromunda and stuff like that. It's because they look cool and like they kind of fit. There's like a Hordes model I got off one of my brothers, and they got a kind of like it looks very Delac, like bald headed, big leather jacket, like big leather trench coat on, and made for a really cool like rogue dock and things like that. So like that kind of finds its way into Necromunda. Uh, yeah. Then I got a Noise Marine. And that was before I even had like before I even thought about Kill Team or anything like that. Just thought Noise Marine looks cool. Get that. Yeah, like you say, Ruler cool. Like you can just see on the side here, I've got all these tiles from a monthly subscription box that I used to get, and yeah, just like monthly tutorials and stuff. Like 2 tutorials every month, and 2 tiles to go to do the tutorials with. And some of them, they find their way into being in some games. Like there's I'll grab a couple. So you got this game just around the time of Indomitus getting its release, and the tutorial for this is what I've used on all of these scenic bases, because like that makes for a handy objective marker for 40k. If like 40k and Necromunda got a Chaos Skull, which is like crying blood. It's pretty cool. Hidden Hatch. Handy for some Escher stuff like Ken Vats. And then for Carnivale, like an old stone well I've put on like a marble thing. Yeah, some really cool, yeah, some really cool stuff you can use in different games there. Like with that sort of Necron objective thing, a lot of those bits, the tutorials, I've ended up using on a lot of other things, so they've been really helpful for me, really. And then it's like giving us a load of different companies' paints to try out, which is always nice. It's nice having a bit of a range of paints so you can find who does what really well. It's like I finally got to use some like army painter. It's nice to use the strong tone ink that like you see everyone talking about online. I discovered in-store paints through them, and yes, that's some really cool stuff. Themes and universe bashes. How do you mean? Oh, do you mean for Stargrave? It'd be cool to do like a lot of aliens from the Aliens game that just came out semi recently. Have a lot of them going up against something. Like Starship Troopers. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. I've never used army paint as brushes. The only ones I've used, like the only paint brushes I've used, is Citadel. Got a life color one there, but I think I've got a couple of MIG paints. No, I've got a MIG one. I've got AK, bunch of Citadel. Where's the flat brush? Oh, the flat brush is the AK one. And a couple of just like cheap makeup brushes. The main ones I use are Quidisi. These are the main ones I use. I think they're absolutely incredible. I wish they did. Just a bunch of different brushes for different things. Got these like sniper brushes. It's really thin, tiny little brushes. Good for like weathering effects and stuff then. And some cheap makeup brushes from Wilco's. Dry brushing and stippling and whatever. You can do your foundation with it. Oh yeah, I had a couple of Winsor & Newton ones, but they ended up dying. I did use them for a long time though. They were good. Their Series 7s. They were really nice brushes to use. I don't have an Albiatone paintbrush. I do have one of their oil paints. Didn't realize they did brushes as well. Yeah, the harsh oil stuff, I tend to use cheap Wilco's brushes for that. This kind of stiff one that I use for PVA glue to kind of put a coat over models and things like that. The Rumble Slam ones have that to get a really nice gloss to it, and it's pretty strong. But I've got some other old cheapy brushes as well that I use for like doing oils and things. I remember when I went into my local Wilco's to get the makeup brushes, and just not a clue where they were, because I hadn't really been in the Wilco's all that much. So I was like just trying to find anything anyway. And yeah, I was like, "Where are your makeup brushes?" Like, "Oh, what type of makeup brush?" I was like, "I've no idea. I just need big makeup brushes for painting stuff." And then came away with them was like a big, what is it? Foundation brush and a duo smoky eye duo brush. And the duo one's got like two different types of like bristle shape on it, so you can get some really cool blending effects with them. Like I'm really impressed with just a couple of really cheap makeup brushes. And they've become like a real like mainstay of my like my brushes that I use. So on the sad day that they go, I'll be getting some more of them. Yeah, it's a Starship Filth. I got that from the one of the monthly boxes. I should really put a lot of that stuff on like my Necron terrain and things. They look really good. I've got like a lot of pigment and stuff like that on the terrain. No, I don't have any contrast paints. I've got contrast medium. It's a watercolors one, and I've got like watercolors style of contrast paints. The antithesis line. Got like 2 of them paints. Now, like using the contrast medium to like the mix into stuff to basically make a contrast paint really well. I've enjoyed when I've used it, and it's pretty decent just for thinning paints down in general. Like GW's brand of stuff, I've never used it. One of my mates is he's got some, and the stuff he's used on it, it's got a really nice effect. Like, on its own, it's all right, but when you apply some and then you start using like layering on top of it, you get some really get a really good finish on it. So when they first announced it, I was kind of like a bit iffy about like, is this going to be like GW's new paint that they only use this now? But it sounds like it's pretty good, especially for like your armies and stuff. Really quickly get everything done. Yeah, stuff like that. There's my mate Dave. The contrast, you just get them on there and it's done. It's definitely a paint that's been made for big army stuff, I'd say, or like even like beginner beginner paint. You just quickly get some stuff on, it'll look decent, so it's there, and then you just start building up from that. Like I've got some of the old GW inks, and from what I've seen, you get like a very similar effect from the inks as well. You just thin it down a little bit, and you've like 90% done there. Just trying to find the contrast medium I've got. So I'm going to work on this. Yeah. This is the medium I've got. You've got the antithesis range from them as well, which is like their version of the contrasts. I'll show you what they look like in the end. There's a brown one I've got as well, but so like the wood was using the brown one and mixing a little bit of black as well. The green is the green contrast style paint, and then just layering over the top. In fact, no, not even layering, was it? Was it? There's some of Meg's. Yeah, some of Meg's Dio dry brush paint. And, it's a dark sand one as well. I think the wood had some of that over it too. And then the snow and ice is the blue contrast one. And then dry brush were white, and the Yeti thing itself as well. I think I've got a picture of the Yeti on the Yak Tribe plug. Enjoy getting more bit. No, they haven't brought them back in yet. They've just brought the Corner Valley range back into stock. So it'll probably be another few weeks before they get all the bases and stuff back in. Which will give us time to buy the was it the Acanthrites from Forge World. Fill the post in the contest scan on the actress. Ah, nice. Make sure you link is like just post a link on my blog or something like that, and I'll be sure I'll have a check. I definitely need to see that that Necron you did as well. Really want to see that. I'd be too terrified to do that finish your stuff challenge. I've got so much stuff. Majority of it's undercoated. I like to think of it as a pile of glory, because one day it'll be glorious. I'll finally get through it all. Of course, if you put it in a different box, then it's not in the pile anymore. Which is why I can't remember where my enforcers are. So they don't count. Sweet. I plan on doing like a Necron painting tutorial at some point, so I find that helpful as well if she hasn't got painted by time I get round to making the tutorial. Because I want to try and make a Space Marine one tomorrow for doing Blood Angels. And then that breaks up doing Necrons for me. I can do a Necron when I've got all the stuff that's undercoated. And it's kind of just like working through that as I've got it. Let's just see. And get to that stuff another time. That's for a different challenge. The finish your other stuff challenge. The problem with models is new stuff needs painted. So the stuff that wasn't painted before obviously wasn't worth your time at that point. So new stuff first. Right, I'm going to paint one more Scorpack Destroyer, and then I'm going to call it for the night. And then I have got through step 2 of all of my recipe for how to do the Novak Dynasty paints. tomorrow I'll be doing Blood Angels. It's just a lot of glazing left for these Necrons. Gotta say, I'm thoroughly enjoying painting Necrons, to be fair. For someone who never wanted to paint armies, I really enjoy painting these. But we'll see how I feel after like the 50th warrior. Rather, did you say your daughter was going to be doing like her own colour scheme, like her own dynasty colours and stuff like that? Right, cheers, Radu. I'll catch you. I'll catch you later. Cheers for coming by, and cheers for chatting as well. Sound. Once I finish this up, I'll be jumping out to see what I can find in there. Spot on. It's been fun. I might do some more live stream stuff sometimes as well. Right, well, coming up on the 4-hour mark there, so I'll call it there. Thanks for watching, and like, comment, subscribe. Bye.